okay, Chunky. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, baby. Come here. It's okay. Daddy's got you.
time to breathe.
I said, what are you reading on?
Are you hungry? The sun is toward me, and I'm making myself toast.
Yes, Des.
Hello, where are you?
I'm going to open it for you. Okay, here you go. Good job. He said, what are you thinking about, Mommy?
Um, no.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Oh, my sons are sounding so close.
She's online playing some sports.
That's so awesome. Here. Do that without me.
I don't have time for boob right now, Bjorn. I've got like 3 different things going on.
Hello, toilet doctor. How you doing? We are in purgatory and limbo in hell today, aka transition, aka not on the production schedule
AKA we hate that. But you gotta do what you gotta do.
Mention coming into your little friendship. Fine.
Doesn't like Worcester.
Whatever. Chris, all right.
Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Mm-hmm. Da 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 da.
Mm. Eh.
Water. Yeah.
No.
Good job, Beaver and Sean. Did you spill water all over Dad's pants? Very good job. It's okay, Chunky. Hi, Brendan Davis. Hi, Nice Pie 1716. Nice to meet you both. destroy that, I suppose.
Hi, Cookie McNookie. Who made a new sling off to this? Got a chunky little chunk. Slinky McFinky. Funky McFunky.
Hello again, Julie and Scott. It's good to see you again. stuff. Thank you, Julian. Let's go.
He needs to eat, doesn't he?
Yeah. Oh, there's enough light in it.
Why would I ban you, Julian? I don't ban people.
Should we be able to let you sleep?
Let him sleep. Even when he wakes up. Julian the Scott. I don't know what you're thinking, but we're friends.
Julian, I told you I don't ban people. What about it, Julian? I'm looking at it. Julian Lescott, I don't think you can donate yet directly through YouTube just because my channel is still so small. My bad. I apologize. I can throw up my Cash App in the comments though. friend. There you go, Mr. Lescott. Feel free.
spending $15 million a year on condoms for the Taliban. And you're like, I'm pretty sure the Taliban don't fuck that much.
That's one way to look at it.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the Weekly Show. My name is Jon Stewart. I was as welcoming and open as I could possibly muster. We are shooting, this is the Tuesday after the
There are 101 ways that you could get clients for your agency, total consulting business, but there are 3 to avoid. Number 1, sending thousands of cold emails and following up like a marathon, hiring an army of appointment setters and posting on social media every damn day. If you're doing one of these 3 things, or all of these 3 things, and you're not getting clients, I want you to listen to me, because I've got 17 unique ways that you can use to get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of appointments every single month with ideal clients for your business. And I created this ad and the training that follows to explain how I do.
ABC's Alex Crochet is in Washington.
The woman best known for her work in the world of wrestling is now facing off with senators to lead the embattled Department of Education. Linda McMahon, nominated by President Trump to be the next Secretary of Education.
One time in these videos, just one time, I wish that there would be like, here's a program that's getting canceled. What this is. Here's a program that's getting canceled. In depth, this is what the program did. This is why the money shouldn't have gone there, meaning it wasn't appropriated by Congress or whatever. Therefore, this is why it's within the narrow purview of what Doji should be doing, which is getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. You know, why it's okay.
I feel like it's
bad?
intentional.
Or
Has to be.
do you think it's going to be incredibly broad? The Department of Education is DEI and woke, and our scores aren't high enough, and so the private system and Catholic schools or whatever are going to do better, and blah, 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 blah.
And next up in the slate of executive orders is apparently the future of the Department of Education. And TLDR, Trump wants to abolish it. But as are many things in our political landscape right now, education is a very heated issue. A lot of people don't understand how this would work. Trump would even be able to abolish it. They don't understand why people even want to get rid of the Department of Education, and they're very concerned with what happens after the Department of Education has been abolished. So we're going to try to break all of that down for you guys, answer some questions, but before we do, make sure that you like this video and subscribe to the new channel if you've not already, and of course ring that notification bell to make sure that you stay up to date on all of our uploads, and of course if you want ad-free episodes, a weekly advice video from me, and an exclusive newsletter for subscribers only, make sure to check out my subscriber platform, Cooper Confidential. We have the link right here, we will also have it in the description below, along with my exclusive launch merch. But without further ado, let's of course get back into the topic. So, abolishing the Department of Education has been something that has been talked about for years at this point, but in the grand political sense, it has kind of been a fringe issue. Many conservatives and Republicans in Congress are very much against this. They support the Department of Education, and so this issue has really been propped up by libertarians like Justin Match and limited government conservatives like my favorite Thomas Massey and Rand Paul. And Thomas Massey has actually tried to abolish the Department of Education multiple times at this point. It feels like he is constantly reintroducing a bill to abolish it completely, and yet it never happens. And as recently as last month, he reintroduced it yet again. On January 31st, he said, I just reintroduced H.R. 899, a one-second bill to terminate the Federal Department of Education and return power back to teachers and parents. This is it, the entire bill. And the bill reads, be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, Section 1, terminate the Department of Education, and that's it. Literally one line, it is pretty epic. But of course,
That's so freaking epic, bro.
it would never pass in our modern government because, as we know, bills have to be like 700 pages long and chock full of ridiculous random things that our government wants to spend money on. So, of course, this has not passed. But with Trump's comeback with his focus on slimming down government with Elon Musk's influence and the influence of Doge, eliminating this incredibly bloated, incredibly corrupt government department seems more possible than ever. And this time around, with this reintroduction, Massey actually has 30 Republican co-sponsors for this bill. So times are obviously changing. But 30 co-sponsors is still not enough. One article reads, if the bill were to move forward in the House, the GOP would still have to pull support from lawmakers outside of their 53 member Senate majority to reach the 60 vote threshold they need for the legislation to pass. So at this point, we gotta keep educating people and we gotta pray, which you can do with Hallow. As I'm so excited to share that this episode,
Keep educating people as we destroy the Department of Education. Is
even the Pray 40 waitlist today. And maybe we can all work together to pray for the state of education because Lord knows our country needs it. Even though Massey has 30 Republican co-sponsors, even though Trump is talking about it, people are still against this. And it makes sense because getting rid of anything education, dealing with education will always be difficult as it is a very emotional and personal issue for people involving their children. And in my opinion, this is because they often conflate the existence of the Department of Education with the existence of public education in the United States, which is just simply not the case. I think that this comes down to most people not even knowing the history of the Department of Education and the fact that it was...
Oh, the history. Oh, I love it. Every time conservatives are going to get into history, it's always them like, okay, I don't really know what I say. Okay, let's go to the history. There was probably some racist person, some mean person, some evil person who started it because, let's be real, that kind of is history. And then we can use that to discredit the thing as it currently exists right now.
Never really supposed to have the power or the budget that it does today. Like most government agencies, it has obviously overstepped its bounds. I mean, most people don't even know that it is a relatively new government department. In fact, Jimmy Carter, who just passed away, he was the one who created the Department of Education. He signed it into law in last 45 years, their budget has ballooned from $14 billion to over.
He said it would be like, let me guess, some really racist guy created it back to slavery. But no, it's not even that old. Jimmy Carter created it.
He was a liberal Democrat.
It's the problem is it just got inflated way past its original purpose, which is what almost every other government agency has done, which is the whole point of Doge, you idiots.
Right. Not to mention, its original purpose could have been done better a different way.
Exactly.
So.
Which kind of is obvious since, you know, it got bloated and blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
If it couldn't have been done a better way, then that wouldn't have happened.
Mm-hmm.
$238 billion. That is insane. But what is even more insane is that over these.
Like, why not address? I think that this funding was bad because, and then here are the things that it now funds that it shouldn't, or it's bad because it's moved beyond its legally like current mandate, or there were better ways to invest in it. Like, why not? Why? It's not just like
40 years, over that insane increase in spending and in budget, there has been no improvement in American education. Just look at this graph from the Cato Institute. This is the trends in American public schooling since 1970. So the blue line right here is the total cost, the amount that we, as taxpayers, are spending on American education. That obviously has skyrocketed. Oh, employees have skyrocketed. We're paying more people. We see where our money is going. And then let's look at reading scores, math scores, science scores. Oh, they stayed exactly the same. There has been no improvement in the slightest. Now, to give you guys a bit more backstory and context on this department and on this issue, there.
okay, total cost is now just because this chart is trends in American public schooling since 1970. Total cost is the full cost of the K through 12 education of a single student graduating in the given year, adjusted for inflation. K through 12 education of a single student. Does this have anything to do with the Department of Education? How much, isn't the vast majority of the Department of
Destiny just asked if the cost of educating a child from K through 12 on average is relevant at all. Is this even relevant to the Department of Education?
Yes. Obviously. Don't they use how much it costs for how much money they get from the government?
How much Vyvanse are you on, bro?
Education funds, doesn't that go to colleges and universities? What percentage of Department of Education funds go to K through 12? State and local governments provide the vast majority of funding for K through 12 education. 86% of all school funding.
Okay, Christopher, you print off my Cash App bank statements.
Yes.
I need to decide what, if I'm going to print off every page.
As opposed to.
Just some of the specific ones. So there's 4 pages, but we don't have much ink, and we don't have an unlimited paper. Like, we're really low on ink. So this is the first page, and then there's 3 more. I think that one we could include, but this, I don't know. Or this.
We should include all the pages just
Okay.
to be safe.
Americans with zero business experience, zero experience flying a drone, are making more money than actual pilots flying real airplanes. I know for some of you, the idea of making six figures in your own drone business this year sounds like a pipe dream. But I know because I've helped thousands of people do that very thing, even though initially I couldn't believe it was possible either. In this free 2-hour workshop, I'm going to reveal how you can start making real money with a drone and how to truly secure your financial future while creating time, money, and freedom so you can do the things you want to do when you want and spend time with the people you love instead of at the office making the man rich. Don't you agree it's time for you to be the man and start investing in yourself instead of sacrificing your life for someone else? Hi, I'm Damon Darnell, aka the Drone Boss, and I help people who are sick of working for the man or who are just serial entrepreneurs start and grow a profitable six-figure drone business. I've also helped a tremendous amount of veterans who are ready for the next chapter of success in their life to become successful business owners using a drone. In other words, dronepreneurs. And I personally used and taught others the exact systems that I'm going to teach you to go from overworked and underpaid to having control of your life, your finances, and having a blast doing it. Like James, for example, who built a multi-six-figure drone business in just a few years while working his full-time job. In fact, he just earned our coveted Drone Masters Challenge coin for earning over $500,000 with his drone business. I know, it's crazy, right? And the best part is that you don't have to take any big risk or even quit your job to get started. You don't have to know how to fly a drone or even have any experience running a business. And for the time being, the competition is minimal or non-existent, but that's not going to last for long. You see, over the next 3 to 5 years, the demand for drone pilots is projected to increase 600% faster than the average of all the other occupations out there. That's right. Let that sink in. 600% faster. The supply is way down here and the demand is way up here. It's unbelievable, but it's not going to be like that for long. And in the next 3 to 5 years, it's projected that the drone industry is going to grow by $124 billion. Yes, billions of dollars. And guess what? Someone's going to get paid all that money. Might as well be you. And I'm willing to teach you how to do this at our upcoming Dronepreneur Workshop for free. Now, if you're wondering, why am I giving this information away? I'm just going to shoot straight with you. The first reason is because 90% of people will go on to do absolutely nothing with all the information that I provide. It's just sad. Another 5% are going to go on and try it on their own and bang their head against the wall and try and figure things out, and they're going to probably fail. But the last 5% who want to eliminate the uncertainty of starting a brand new drone business and who don't want to do it alone and who want to increase their likelihood of success will likely join my network of drone pilots and business operators. Like Chris, who's in our network and is living his dream life. He's now earned over $1 million with his drone business. How awesome is that? He's literally generated $1 million with his drone business. And yes, I said $1 million. It's crazy. And that's the opportunities that are out there. Or like Greg, who got laid off from the only job he ever had after 26 years of loyalty and service. And then after joining our network, he built a six-figure drone business his first year, even though he had never flown a drone before and he had never taken a picture with anything other than a cell phone. And there are countless others, many of which you can see down at the bottom of this page. The point is, the information is here for the taking. And what you do with it can transform your life forever. But it all starts with reserving your seat and actually attending. Now, at the Dronepreneur Workshop, we'll show you why 2024 is the best time in history to launch and scale your drone business. The unprecedented mix of market conditions may never happen again. How to go from hobby to profits. Look, if you don't put these 4 key pillars in place, you'll struggle to consistently grow and even possibly ever get started. We'll also talk about the 20 plus underserved industries that are begging for aerial imagery and data. We'll help you pick the ones that are best suited for you to supercharge your drone business growth. We'll go over a complete paint-by-number system to attract clients and deliver results. So good that they'll become your personal sales army, sending you referral after referral after referral. And the single biggest mistake drone business owners make and why they fail, and most important, what do you do instead to avoid that? The event is free, so you have absolutely nothing to lose and everything to gain. Don't put it off, grab your seat while you still can, and I look forward to seeing you there. Take care and fly safe.
If you have ever wanted to land a 100 to 150K a year fully remote career in as little as the next 4 months, listen up carefully. And before you run away thinking this is too good to be true, it all comes down to skill acquisition, as with anything. In the workforce, you get paid for what you're able to do for a company and how valuable it is for them to have your skill set in their organization, and how hard it is for them to find that skill set. And one of the most high-paying, yet achievable skills to learn today is the ability to run ads on social media platforms just like this for companies. Colleges just don't teach it, so companies cannot
Yeah,
find
that's why
talent
I'm
who can
doing it for
actually do
myself.
this.
Federal funding programs for K through 12. How much of the Department of Education's budget even goes to? Department of Education budget spending. So for fiscal year 2024, 161 billion went towards federal student aid. And then, this is a good chunk of it, but elementary and secondary education was 83 billion. So, but the majority of it, one might even say the vast majority of it, special ed and rehabilitative services. I wonder if this has to do with K through 12 as well, or if that's for colleges. But it seems like quite a bit of it, like over, 60% goes to secondary education. So, okay. Okay.
Has been no improvement in the slightest. Now, to give you guys a bit more backstory and context on this department and on this issue as a whole, I called my friend Ryan Grodowski, who is the founder of the 1776 Project PAC, which is reforming school boards across the country, is trying to reform education. He is a genius on all things American education, and he broke down the history of the Department of Education like this.
Oh boy, he's a genius to reform it. Does he actually have cool ideas, or is it just school vouchers in private schools?
Before there was a Department of Education, it was something called the Office of Education. That came out about right after the Civil War in 1867. And the purpose of that was just to collect data on schools and on school, how they were performing, what books they were reading, make a document, give it to Congress. That was basically the entire thing. And then when Lyndon Johnson becomes president in the 1960s, he says, hey, we really need to revamp education. The federal government needs to get really involved. And he creates Title I, which is about how to distribute money to local municipalities across the country, especially low-performing poor municipalities. And education fundamentally changes at that point once money is really involved. Jimmy Carter runs on the idea that he's going to create a Department of Education. This is a big campaign promise of the teachers' unions, and it revamps education and broadens the scope of federal authority in the way that the federal government works with education.
And like I said at the beginning, and many of you know this, like I said, education is near and dear to my heart. This is probably the political issue that I care about the most. I feel like I have a stake in this as a young person.
Okay. I don't know how that fleshed out anything or made any arguments today, but okay, whatever.
Person that recently came out of the education system. I feel like I tried every different form of homeschooling and public schooling. I went to community college. I went to a formal university. I basically tried everything except Catholic school at this rate, and I know that there are problems. But the one thing that really stood out to me that I learned from Ryan when I interviewed him was that all of the intended functions of the Department of Education already existed in our federal government prior to 1979, prior to the department actually being created. They were just broken up into different departments based on what those departments' specialties were. They were not on prior to the intended functions of the Department of Education already existed in our federal government prior to 1979, prior to the department.
Oh, this shock mount isn't even set up
reason I'm
correctly.
getting a
Because you can hear her banging on the table.
I have the printer set up, and I
What's even
like,
going
when
on?
you make it print certain,
Triggered.
like I got the rest of your mom's print
Oh.
jobs that she was in the middle
Bonus
of
points in
printing.
chat for whoever
And
knows
I
why you
printed
can
out,
hear the
like,
vibration. I actually know it.
information
I
page,
know
and
it. I
it's
know
connected
why.
to the Wi-Fi and stuff like that.
Wait,
But
do
for
I
some
know?
reason, I can't send a
I
job
know
from my
why.
phone to the printer. So
It's because
I'm
this
trying to
pop filter that she
troubleshoot
got, I bet the pop filter is leaning
So
on
you can
the
print
mount
from your
or the
laptop,
mic,
but not your
and
phone.
it's connected to the boom arm. And so when she's hitting the
that.
desk,
I'm
that's where it's
talking to
coming
my
from.
laptop, that's why I'm in the
That's
middle
what's
of it.
going on.
Actually being created. They were just broken up into different departments based on what those departments' specialties were. They were not under one huge umbrella. And creating the Department of Education consolidated all of it and gave this department and the unions that lobbied for the creation of this department major power and control, as Ryan also covered.
There's nothing abnormal about this. This happens, like, I don't know if I'd say it happens all the time, but it happens that departments sometimes get shuffled around or consolidated under a
This February at Renewal by Anderson, replace your windows, your patio doors, or your entry door, and we're going to give you an amazing.
Over the last few days, we've heard more details about how the Trump administration views a peace plan for Ukraine and what types of concessions they believe that Ukraine should make. And Trump also had a phone call with Putin where they talked about the situation in Ukraine for more than an hour, and it's been planned that they are going to meet in person in the near future. Trump says that they will meet in Saudi Arabia. The Russians say that they might meet in Saudi Arabia, but it might also be somewhere else. But they have agreed to meet somewhere. And we should expect that the negotiations will continue on a bilateral basis between the presidents of the United States and Russia. All this has been covered and discussed in the mainstream media. So what I want to do in this video is to just add a few reflections about what I think is useful to keep in mind when thinking about all this and what it says about the possibilities of a peace deal and where it leaves Ukraine and Europe. So let's talk about it. There are so many things that one could say about the things that have come out in recent days. It's the statements from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and from Donald Trump about the concessions that Ukraine must be willing to make, how they will not be able to get their territory back, and how the United States will not contribute to providing security guarantees for Ukraine after a peace deal. So I'm not going to go into all that in this video because I think I've covered much of it in other videos, and it's also been just the topic of discussion in mainstream media. So I will just say that I think it shows that the Trump administration basically doesn't really understand what's going on. So even though they think they have a plan for how to bring an end to the war in Ukraine, they don't actually have a plan because they don't really know what they're talking about. But I still think it says something interesting about the kind of process that Donald Trump is envisioning for the coming months, and this process is going to set the tone for the discussions about the war. So that is worth reflecting on. And the first point is that Donald Trump's motivation for wanting peace is basically, well, the argument that he keeps making is that he just wants the war to stop. So he wants the shooting to end. So it's basically an argument about the need to end human suffering. So he wants Russia and Ukraine to make a deal to stop shooting at each other. But aside from that, it's pretty clear that he doesn't really have any preferences about what that deal would actually say. So Donald Trump does not really have any political goals that he wants to achieve with the war. He does not have any particular desired outcomes that he wants to see or any specific conditions that must be met for the war to be called a success. And that is remarkable because usually in military theory, we would refer to Clausewitz and we would say that war is the continuation of politics by other means. So when there is a war, there is always politics. But Donald Trump does not have any political goals with the things that are happening in Ukraine now. So all he wants is for it to end. It just has to stop. So that is interesting. The second thing to note is that Donald Trump sees the most important players in a peace process as being the United States and Russia. So it's a great power thing where they will have meetings amongst themselves, and then other actors like Ukraine and the European NATO allies, they might be consulted at some level, but the real decisions will be made between himself and Putin. And I think there are several reasons for Donald Trump wanting to do it that way. One of them is that since his only priority really is that the war stops, then what he sees as the real challenge is how to make the Russians stop, because he believes that he has the power to dictate the conditions to the Ukrainians and that they will do as he says. So Trump doesn't really believe that Ukraine has agency in this, and therefore they don't need to be a direct participant in the negotiations. It's also fascinating on that, on one hand, the Americans say that the Europeans need to take greater responsibility for European security because the United States do not have the ability or the willingness to continue doing that. But then, on the other hand, they don't seem to think that the Europeans need to be a part of negotiations about European security because that's just something that will be dictated by Washington. So there is an interesting disconnect there. The third thing I will say is that while Donald Trump may not have any real political goals with the war, and therefore the war seems pointless to him, then for the Ukrainians and the European countries in NATO, then absolutely they do have political goals with the war. They do have things that they want to achieve and conditions they want met before a peace deal that is made can be called a success, because this peace deal will shape the future of European security and the security of their own countries. So for Donald Trump, this war is just a matter of inconvenience. It just has to go away. But for the European countries, and in particular for Ukraine, of course, it's a matter of national security. So this might sound banal, but the Ukrainians have been fighting this war for 3 years because they believe that this is a cause that it's worth dying for, and that's not going to stop just because America has changed its mind. So there is something paradoxical about wanting to exclude the people from the peace negotiations who actually have some skin in the game. And I think it's fair to say that it's not going to work. But it's interesting to try to identify some of the assumptions behind Donald Trump's idea that this is something that he can do. And one of them must be that Donald Trump believes that the role of the United States is bigger in supporting Ukraine than it really is, and that if this American support falls out, then the whole thing in Ukraine is just going to collapse immediately. Because if that were the case, then that would really give him some leverage over Zelensky. But the reality is that European support is already bigger than American support, and the Europeans could increase that support even more. And many of the most important weapons that Ukraine uses on the front line are today produced by domestic defense production in Ukraine. So yes, it would absolutely be a huge disadvantage for Ukraine to lose American support, but it's not like the whole thing is going to fall apart. And the second wrong assumption is that Trump believes that the Russians are stronger than they actually are. And there were a couple of months during the fall when the Russian advances sped up on the front line, but they've slowed down again. And it's just really minimal gains that the Russians are making right now. And we're also seeing signs that the Russians are really beginning to feel the deficit of armored vehicles, and instead they have to rely on more and more primitive tools for fighting the war. Like they even just introduced donkeys for logistics on the front line. So the Russian army is really not in a great shape right now, and that means that even if Ukraine loses American support, then it's uncertain if the Russian army can really capitalize on that situation under the current conditions. So Donald Trump believes that he has so much leverage on the Ukrainians that he can just make a deal with Putin and then tell the Ukrainians what the deal is, and then they will have to take it. But in reality, Ukraine has much more agency than that. And if the European countries continue supporting Ukraine, then they might still be able to win the war even without American support, right? It would take a longer time, it would demand more casualties, but it's not impossible. The last reflection I will make is that I think what we're seeing right now is probably the culmination of a long period with a lack of a strategic vision for the Western countries regarding the war in Ukraine. On a political level, the West just never recovered from the disappointment of Ukraine's failed summer offensive in 2023. So the Western countries never managed to agree on a new goal for what they wanted to achieve in Ukraine, and therefore they never defined a coherent strategy. So to simplify things, we can say that there are three sides in the war. There's Russia, there's Ukraine, and there's the West, which is supporting Ukraine. And Russia has a clear idea about what they want to achieve with the war and how they're going to do it. Ukraine has a clear idea about what they want to achieve and has made a plan that they've tried to present to their Western supporters. And I've made videos on both the Russian and the Ukrainian plans for victory, but the West just hasn't had a plan, and it's been absolutely unclear what the goal is. So we've been hearing platitudes like nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, and that the West will support Ukraine for as long as it takes, but it's been very unclear what political goals the Western countries and NATO have had with supporting Ukraine and what the vision has been for a future security order for Europe that would exist after the war has finished. And I think we've come to a point now where this doesn't work anymore. It's possible that if NATO had been better at an earlier point at defining the end state for what they want to achieve with supporting Ukraine, then we wouldn't have had this situation now where there is an American president who goes around and says that he doesn't see the point in supporting Ukraine at all, and that maybe the whole war is just pointless. But at least by now, it should be clear to the European leaders that they need to define a comprehensive vision for a future security order for Europe that will, what will be a good outcome for Western Europe. And then they have to find out what role Ukraine will have to play in that security order if Europe is supposed in the future to be able to deter Russia from further aggression. And from that, it should be possible to derive some conclusions about what political and military end state it's necessary to achieve in the war. Is that I think it's important that we also don't overreact to these new statements from the Trump administration. It's not surprising that they would say some things that are really strange. Like, as I said in my video just after Trump was elected, the interesting thing is not really what Trump says he will do to end the war in Ukraine, but the interesting thing is what will Trump actually do when that thing that he says doesn't work? Because Trump doesn't actually have a coherent, realistic plan for ending the war. The point we've come to now is that Trump is going to try implementing those things that won't work. And the process over the coming months is probably going to be messy, but what it will lead to is the realization that it doesn't work. And that's when the actually interesting developments will start happening, because that's when we will learn what Trump will actually do and what the real Ukraine policy will be for the new administration in the White House. And as I said in that video, I think it's unlikely that all American support for Ukraine is going to stop. I think it's likely to decline. I think the Europeans will probably have to pay more, but I don't think we're going to end up in a situation where, for example, Donald Trump will prevent the Europeans from buying equipment from American weapons manufacturers and sending that on to Ukraine. So I don't think Ukraine is going to end up in a situation where they don't have access to American weapons anymore. Okay, I will end it here. If you found the video helpful or informative, then please give it a like, and also remember to subscribe to the channel and click the bell icon to get notifications when I upload new videos. And if you want to support the channel, you can subscribe to my newsletter at www.logicofwar.com.
There's a lot like me.
Yes.
They just don't know how to be about it.
Mm-hmm. Starting from the youngest of ages possible.
Mm-hmm.
She looks like 3.
Mm-hmm.
I've never done that, and she's 3.
Mm-hmm. You see?
Everybody in the comments like, why she ain't got my life jacket on that baby? Call CPS. And these hilarious little jokes.
Horrible.
I think it's cute. You know, she did put a life jacket on her little doll. You see, that's what they're joking about.
Hmm. I see.
Yeah.
So, what are you doing right now?
Right now, I am waiting for my computer to update because I need to update my computer to try to continue troubleshooting this whole printer issue.
Super.
thank you very much for watching, and I will see you again next time.
Savings you just can't beat. Oh, this orange is gross.
But the U.S. wouldn't even act against China, right? Military action seems unpopular at all. The whole pivot to Asia argument seems to be an excuse for isolationism. There is no pivot to Asia. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Well, it might have meant something under earlier administrations. But you have to remember that Trump is just an idiot. Trump doesn't know anything about foreign policy, or he doesn't have like a coherent vision for the United States as a country. I don't think he knows any. He's not a political person. He just doesn't understand history or ideology or any of that. He's just like he's like a big kid in a Lego factory. Well, Trump doesn't. His cabinet and the military does. I don't even know what the fuck his cabinet thinks is the U.S.'s job for the world. I have no idea. What the fuck is this? 2 minutes.
Presidents have this impossible problem, which is that they are expected to do way more than their formal constitutional powers allow them to do. And so a way in which they bridge that gap is by developing these kinds of rituals and these kinds of performances. They present themselves as larger than life. And when you think about the kinds of challenges associated with, for instance, climate change, what you get when you put policy reform before Congress is a set of parochial, short-sighted, short-term solutions that
Someone offers you to be the president of the USA, would you accept?
Da,
Hell
da,
yeah.
da, da,
are meant
da.
to attend to the local interests of each constituent back home.
Mhm.
I understand that that's funny to you, but it was just not funny. She's not a funny person.
I thought it was funny.
Did you ever try to call again?
No, I haven't tried to call again. Is that what you asked me?
That's what I asked you.
Go ahead, me too. Might as well do it now since my computer is still on 5% of these updates, so.
Bjorn, no. Here.
Gonna force Avian to breastfeed.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Just the women in my family don't breastfeed,
That's
typically.
horrible. Horrible.
Mhm.
Well, we have until she gives birth to be rich then.
It's actually cheaper to breastfeed. But I can't force her without being close by at
That's
least.
what I'm saying. We have to be able to exert influence over her environment, or we can't make that happen.
She's calling me. I have to go downstairs.
No, just answer.
Avi!
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm alright. I'm alright. I'm hanging in there.
Doing it.
Yeah. But I wanted to just call you because it's been forever since we talked, and I've got some plans to move into Columbus here soon. So I just want to try to like connect and like hopefully like start rebuilding our relationship, if that makes sense, because like I want to be as involved in the next stage of your life as humanly possible. So
Yeah, girl. Of course. We'll be in the same place, so it'll be a lot easier.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sorry if I cut. I'm terrible at not interrupting people, so I'm warning you now. Don't worry about interrupting me. If I ever interrupt you a million times, I apologize now, but interrupting me as many times as you need to say whatever you want to say. But I know, because obviously you're about to bring my niece into this world, and I obviously just had a baby, and it was really, really rough for me to not have my village, my support system. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
Yeah.
I don't want you to be in that same situation. So it's a huge, huge priority for me to be there. And I'm not just talking about like, for the first couple months after she's born, like I want to be there. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, Okay, let me go downstairs because right now I'm not really in a place I can have a private conversation. So let me go downstairs for a second. First of all, do you have time to talk?
Yeah, I'm just getting ready to go to dinner with my mom for an hour, so I'm just over here doing my hair.
Okay, cool. Okay, that should be plenty of time just to get started talking about the last 12 freaking years.
I'm sorry, Luffy Plays. I was distracted with my wife and my son.
What did you say, Christopher?
No, I wasn't talking to you.
Okay.
But thanks for stopping by. And if you're already gone, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry I missed you. I shouted you out in one of my posts recently. It's good to see you, Luffy Place. I'm glad you're still around. How are you doing today, Luffy Place? Anything special going on with you? Oh. Aw. Of course I do. First of all, anybody who loves Luffy as much as you do would have to be a friend for me. Plus, you just seem like a good guy. That's what I thought. Yeah. Yeah, no big deal. It was good to see you. If you need to go do something, go do something. I'm not trying to keep you here. Thank you for asking, Luffy Plays. I am 29 years old and my birthday is July 2nd. 9/17, 2014. 9/17. Does that mean you're a Virgo, Luffy plays? Do you know your sign? That's cool. I love Virgos. I'm a Cancer. My wife's a Leo. And my son is a Scorpio. No. I don't have Cancer. I am a Cancer. As in the zodiac sign. I mean, I don't know that I don't have Cancer, but I don't have Cancer as far as I know. Yeah. Like how you're a Virgo. Yeah. I go to middle school next August. Nice. What grade is that starting out at? I didn't really go to middle school. I just went to a school where you do like K to 8 and then 6th. Okay. So then when does middle school end then? Do you just do 6, 7, 8 and then you go to 9th grade like everyone else in a high school, or how does that work? Oh, okay. So it's just the last 3 years of grade school basically. So do you feel old now that you're about to be a middle schooler, Luffy Place? I felt pretty grown up when I was 10. I think people are pretty grown up when they're 10. Luffy Plays, do you know what you want to be when you grow up? Soccer player. Nice. Do you know what team you would want to play for? Nice. Nice. What about hobbies? Do you have anything you like to do for fun that's not a sport? Animating and making content. That's awesome. That's awesome, bro. That's genuinely cool. The world needs more people like you. That doesn't matter. Just the fact that you care is what counts, in my opinion. The fact that you try at all. No one's expecting you to be good at animation as a 10-year-old, bro. I'm just proud of you for doing it at all. For real. That's really exciting. That's super exciting. You should link me to it somehow or something. I wish I could see it. I don't understand what you're saying. Yeah, take your time, Luffy, please. Take your time. I have to go check on my wife real fast. I'll be right back though. Oh, that's okay, Luffy, please. Where do you have it right now? Like, if I friended you on a social media or something like that, would you be able to would you be able to share it with me that way, or oh, it's on YouTube? You should just be, if it's on your YouTube, you should just be able to copy the link and paste it into the chat. If you hit the share button on your YouTube video on your YouTube page, there should be a copy link button that you can hit, and then you should just be able to come over to the chat here and share it into the live chat. You got it, ladies and gentlemen. Chumpy little pimpy. What's wrong, baby? What's wrong, Chunkus? Are you my hunkus monunkus? Why are you so chumpy, my humpy mumpy? It looks like I peed my pants, but it's just that my son spilled a bunch of water from a water bottle on me earlier. And I haven't changed my clothing, you see. Oh? Luffy Plays, I bet I could just search you on YouTube, right? Is your channel the same name as your name? No, it didn't. I don't see the link, but I'm searching you on YouTube right now. That's so frustrating. Why does that happen? YouTube must not let you share links, but that makes no sense. Okay. Luffy Plays. Luffy Plays, I'm subscribing to you. I'm your 47th subscriber. How awesome is that? Trump is the 47th president, and I'm your 47th subscriber, bro. Now, is it the watch this now at Joshua Taylor 685? Stickman re hee 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 hi. It's so cool that you animate stuff, bro. You should do that more. Oh, it's on shorts. Okay. Is it the one with 415 views, or which one is it? The one you were talking about, I mean. I'm gonna eventually watch them all, because I'm gonna watch everything you ever made, but which one were you talking about, though? Red versus black one. There's two that look like that, but I'll just watch them both. That's really good. Just that video, I swear to God, bro, just this video alone is better than
the professional grade anime that they've been coming out with lately, because they're doing this stupid crap to it that I don't know what it is because I'm not an animator, but they broke it a few years ago and it's horrible. So I like the one with the louder noise better than the one with the quieter noise. But I think you're really good at this. Nice. If you keep up your animating from now till the time you're, 18, you'll be creating such beautiful stuff. You'll already be, you'll already have a career. You won't have to worry about anything.
When the hero falls,
It's okay if you plays. Don't worry about it. I'm just enjoying watching your content. You can come, you can go anytime.
a transcendence between mortals and gods.
I'm not available.
Okay. Is this a good time for me to play with the baby?
I said I'm not available.
Why you do that?
Go away, please.
So he doesn't have to just sit and stare at the screen like that. Babies need to complain, Christopher. Move around.
When the hero falls,
I know how to change that though. I know how to get you subs if you want. Not even in a fake way. Just by advertising your channel. Not in a paid way though, just for free. I just need a minute. Basically, you just need to download a bunch of different social media apps and be on all of them. And when you make a video, post it to all of them. And pretty much works like magic. You'll get tons of views and stuff. If you do it, let me know how it goes. And I'll check in on your channels. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah. Luffy, go ahead and play Roblox, Luffy, please. I'll be happy knowing you're having fun. Nice. Did it upload as a video or as a short, Luffy, please? A short? Yeah, it's a short. Yeah, dude. All you have to do is keep making stuff like that. You're gonna go places for sure.
Da 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 da.
Yeah. You're just a crying boy. You need to get down and play.
Da da da.
Yeah.
Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Ah da.
Aw, that really means a lot to me, Luffy, please. You don't even know how much that means to me. It's like Luffy himself told me I could be Zoro. That's awesome. What kind of channel would it be? Nice. What kind of games do you like to play? Mostly. I mean, other than Roblox. Or is it basically just Roblox? Oh, nice. Fortnite and Minecraft. Very cool. Yeah, you should totally start a gaming channel. And do like I said with the social media, and you'll be famous in no time. You really don't need to edit for real. Just live stream it and then promote the live streams. It takes way less long, and anyone can do it.
Yeah, I know. I'm not really sure why Dad drops you up like that. It's really inappropriate.
That's really cool. I didn't know you had a thing like that going on. Does that mean you would say your name as well? Like your first name, I mean? Nice. Yeah, like 1,000. You should do that at 1,000. Like, why did the quarter not follow the nickel down the hill? That's a great question, Luffy Place. Tell me the answer before you go. I love it. I love it because it has more sense. Of course, that's perfection. Have a great day, Luffy Place. I'll be thinking of you. Thanks. Oh, I didn't understand.
If you continue to ignore the baby just so that you can live stream, then I'm gonna remove your access again to the Wi-Fi.
Go ahead and keep hallucinating.
He needs to play. Get down and play.
It's been doing that all day.
Well, that's what babies do.
Uh-huh. Right. That's why he's been doing it all day.
Well, I haven't seen that.
Well, you haven't been looking.
Well, he obviously doesn't want to sit there and stare into a little camera for an hour while you live stream.
try. I try.
making another one of those egg dishes, Christopher. Yeah, I saved something for you. I saved you a container. Huh. Look, Bo. Oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Christopher, did you see like a cylindrical cardboard container with a lid? Rocky rock, rocky rock, rocky rock, around the clock. Rocky rock, rocky rock, rocky rock, around the clock. Rocky rock, yeah. Rocky rock, rocky rock, around the clock. Rocky rock, yeah, it goes rocky rock. Can I rock him? You gotta eat dinner. Yeah. I had this really good container with a lid for him.
Sorry, Luffy plays. I had to be away for a little.
Almost there on this. But it's in my computer with only it came out clear, so I redo it. I printed out November and December this way.
Don't review it if it's legible.
Must have been here. Download the documents on your phone and then email them to me. Instead of logging in on my computer. I just need the last 3 months.
That phone is right there in the power tripod. Just take down the screen. Or you don't even have to, you can just hit home. Trying to pick it up, but it stops.
We need $5 so we can get ink for our printer, Christopher.
Okay.
Having dinner. Would this be a good time for me to hold him?
No.
Grandma, 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 loves you. Grandma, 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 loves you. Grandma.
da 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 da.
Look how your mouth here, rice.
Inhale the kernel.
Da da da. Here. Ah 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 ah.
Did you ever check your cash app from earlier this year?
Yeah, I did. Oh, sorry. Because your latest message was hello and your latest one earlier was also hello, I didn't realize that you were there. Right now I'm putting my son to sleep because he just ate food.
Can I need the chair, the tray? Do it myself.
What's up, Leafy? Very cool, very cool.
There are only 3 things left on the organized documents stuff.
Yeah.
Are you listening?
Yes.
First one is go get sticky notes, which we could probably just skip that at this point. And
Yes, Luffy plays, I do, for sure.
the second one is still your bank statements. The third one is proof of marriage, which we're blocked by cash, so.
Okay.
The only thing left we can do without cash is printing off the bank statements. And we only need one more document left. So, other than that, which is the proof of marriage, but I don't think we're going to be able to get that, right? It would have to be mailed too, so we don't have anywhere it can be mailed to, so.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Darius Holland. What a name. That is an excellent name, sir. It is a pleasure to know you, my friend.
So, I still need your bank statements.
Really all kinds of Darius. I'm going to be producing 45 daily shows, believe it or not. On all different kinds of topics. Basically, the idea is to cover the aspects of my life. Teacher, what am I doing on this phone right now?
Sending me your last 3 bank statements in my email.
Oh, I got you. I'll stick with Luffy. Not a problem at all. Do you like Luffy or Luffy plays? Gee, I bet you know how to nail the snap better than me.
So,
Do you want me to still find the statement so I can do it?
fuck. I didn't tell you to do it because I wanted to do it. I'm sick of doing 90% of everything. Except for your live streams.
Okay. Certainly not how I would characterize what happens. I don't think you do 90% of everything.
Feels like it.
Three separate streams so that I can get 3 different camera angles because I'm kind of autistic like that.
What is this pan that she made? Do you know?
Some sort of egg casserole thing. Yeah?
Da-da.
Da 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 da.
That's
Da da.
awesome.
Da da da
That's
da.
awesome, Luffy. I sound that way because I'm just in a stressful time of my life overall. It's you know, I'm a very positive person and I'm doing great things. It's just just a stressful time.
If you're saying in a stressful time, you should say why.
I don't feel like explaining it right now because I'm busy. First of all.
Oh, I hope they ask.
No, don't leave. It's not too much. We're just, you know, losing our home, so we have to find a new one, that's all. Oh, I know you would. Don't even worry about it. We'll be just fine.
Hi, Christopher. She said. Every single time. Just as bad as my mother.
5 months into her pregnancy.
Still can't say your name without that ridiculous high-pitched voice.
That's alright. We all love each other.
I know. It's fire ridiculous.
It is ridiculous for sure.
But I used to feel the same way about Diva's boyfriends and stuff like that. So I get it. It's just hilarious.
It's adorable. It's gratifying. It's a little surprising, to be honest. I mean, She's not really. It's not like she's immature about it though. She's grown up just like us.
Yeah. It's just really cute. How she turns into her 13-year-old self sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes just because she's around. And you know, just like with you, sometimes I'm my 18-year-old self around her.
Yeah, like when you be like, hi,
No.
in response.
Yeah.
And she'd be like, scream.
Yeah.
I made a grown man shy.
Made a grown man what?
Shy.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was a shy person when I met you. So.
Yeah, but usually, even with shy people, it's not really. They have to care about what you think of them in order to even have that effect. So that means something.
Right.
Dada.
Yeah.
Dada. Dada. Dada.
Yeah, you made a mess for mommy to clean up. Is that are you happy? Come on.
This makes no sense.
What?
There's only one.
No, 2024.
Dad. 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 Dad.
What email address?
The Uneducated Academics.
The Uneducated Academics.
Yeah.
All one word.
Plural, not plural. Uneducated Academic.
Okay.
Singular.
I got you.
Dad. Da 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 da.
Here. You are socialized with young. No. Here, we are. Thank you.
Da da da. Mother.
Where you going?
Dada. 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 Dada.
It is nuts. Like, she acts about me still the way I would act about the fucking Haley girl I had a crush on. Like, use any excuse to fucking spend more time with them and blah blah.
She has a whole dude to teach her to play chess.
Dude, I know, dude. I know.
Like,
And he's already doing. But, you know, she just beat him,
so how helpful could that be?
Oh, God. Shots fired.
No, it makes me feel good
Yeah.
that she still feels that way.
Yeah. It's a surprise, but it's a pleasure.
Little sisters are the bane. Beautiful little sisters are the bane of every big sisters who existed.
Yeah, I know. It's super true.
You have this big, scary big sister who has this really nice husband. And then you have this little sweet, tiny little sister who always thinks the husband is so nice.
Yeah.
Who thinks that the big sister is just so mean.
Yeah.
And I'm not mean.
Uh-huh.
I wouldn't be mean to you like that. Yes.
But luckily, it's a little bit more nuanced than that with you and Avian, because she totally has that vibe all day with me, but it's also like, but I'm not that different from her too.
Right, no, exactly. Yeah. And I wasn't even thinking about Avian that much in that situation. I was thinking about Biggie Smalls, actually, because Biggie Smalls impregnated sisters. Like, two of his kids.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Two of his kids, their mothers are siblings.
Our siblings.
Yes.
Not a rare thing.
No. And it was literally the dynamic that we were talking about. Like, apparently he had this really weird relationship where, like, some of his romantic stuff would happen in front of the little sister. Like, with his girl would happen in front of the little sister.
Right.
And
Right. Literally like how when I first met you, Avian would be in a room and she was freaking 13.
right, but like, you know, they actually did stuff.
Oh,
you know,
well, we wouldn't do that.
No. But like, no, I don't think they actually did stuff. But like,
More
he
than
describes, he says this.
Oh.
He just has this line where
we
he says,
weren't even comfortable kissing in front of her.
no, but he has this line in a song where he goes, the way she used to giggle when your ass would wiggle. Like, what is happening there?
Mm-hmm.
That is happening.
Yes.
Like, what? So you're with your girl, her ass is wiggling, or her little sister is right there giggling
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
That seems weird. But apparently this is just like a common
Pretty normal.
dynamic.
Pretty normal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Look at the top clicked on thing on any porn site.
Right.
Pretty much that.
I'm your baby sister. I'm your baby sister.
Yeah.
I really miss her.
Oh.
Of course you do, baby.
Yeah.
Shut up, bro.
All that shit before the age of 25.
Yeah, exactly. 26.
You see?
I don't know how much of it happened.
Most of it happened before the age of 25. Let's be real. Yeah, make it
That's
through that
the
year.
vast majority, yes.
Yeah, you see? Grinchy. Oh my goodness gracious. Little funky in the funky Bunkyville. Because you're my monkey.
Did you send me your bank statements? Or you want me to go print those off?
Yes, yes.
Right now, I haven't figured out how to print from my phone, but at least I can do it from my computer.
Okay. Yeah, you said you didn't get anything from me.
Yeah. The uneducated academic, no periods.
It's not like I didn't send it, so I have to investigate.
you going, silly boy?
Mama.
What's happening?
Tried to do it twice. It's caching in the sending it, so I'm trying to do it.
No, silly.
Are you trying to make some tea?
Sure. There's already some here, but only enough for one.
Okay.
Here, no. Yoni.
What are you doing?
Speaking of everything out of the cabinet. Billy, go Billy. Yeah.
To the World Government Incorporated on Discord.
And see if you can access those documents.
Top secret or just ink?
What?
Top secret or just ink?
Just ink.
Which one? Hall power?
Midnight.
So good, or sausage.
Or vegan.
Yeah.
I'm bacon.
Meatballs. unavailable at the moment.
Claims what?
The printer is unavailable. I have to go check why. Okay, now let's find out. Hopefully I can get it to print from my phone this time.
I think that's gonna be a grandma.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
Let's go see if our page printed.
Ma. 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 Ma.
Printing statements.
What did you say?
You guys printing from your phone?
We're good. Check the dates, make sure I didn't mess it up.
Lala.
Damn, Sean, don't do that, I suppose. Betsy Sama says don't do that, I suppose. Good boy.
Yeah.
Hi. Yeah. Because I love you. Yeah.
Leon. Be on. Bjorn, stop grabbing. What time is it? Bjorn, I love you. Mm. Mm-hmm. What are you doing? Beyond. I know we look like monkeys, but we don't eat with our feet. Okay? Good baby.
fun.
Where's all that pretty paper?
Dun.
Pretty paper.
Da-da. 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 Da-da.
Da-da.
Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Da-da.
Sorry, Luffy. I missed you again. I was just downstairs hanging out with the fam. Didn't take time to transfer the setup down there. But Deidre's gonna come up in a second because I need to put Bjorn to sleep downstairs. So you'll see her on the couch.
very, very cold. And it's going to be even colder tomorrow. And over the next 3 days, it's going to drop to 14 degrees. So I'm just really worried about you guys being out there with the baby. But if you need rides to and from anywhere tomorrow, just let me know. I have a class at 10. And then after that, I have a little window until noon. So like between 11 and noon, I could take you somewhere. And then after that, between like 1 and 5. Okay.
How's it going?
Yeah, it's going well. It's going well.
Oh, I am okay. I'm hanging in there. I am very good and very bad at the same time, as usual. But
Are you in Kentucky still?
yes, I am. Hang on, I'm feeling self-conscious because my hair's going into a million different directions. But yeah, we've been in Florence still since we left in October, but it's not working out. I mean, I've kind of been alluding to that pretty much every time I've spoken to you since we've been here, but it's just gotten worse and worse since we've gotten here. But like, we don't regret coming because we came so that we could try to focus on like upward mobility. You know, we were working low-paying jobs, and we had to work low-paying jobs in order to pay for our apartment. And working low-paying jobs to pay for a place doesn't leave you a whole lot of time outside of, you know, work and taking care of yourself and your kid to, like, you know, do school or projects to have upward mobility, you know, to be able to qualify for a higher paying job. So we've been trying to get into a place where, like, we can actually focus full time on, like, you know, so whether it be studying coding or what have you, just something that would make us look good enough on paper to qualify for higher paying jobs. But that usually takes investment of time, and when you have to invest your time in yourself, then that takes away from being able to invest your time in just immediate survival. So you have to balance those two things, and we've found that very, very difficult over the last 12, like all of our adult life, generally speaking, like balancing going to work at a job to eat today and taking time to learn something to eat better tomorrow, if that makes sense. So we came here because we wanted it to be a place where we could, like, you know, take that time to focus on upward mobility and learning skills and maybe starting a business to be able to have higher paying work. But unfortunately, it didn't work out. We're here at my mother-in-law's house, and we have our son, and our room is in the basement. So our options for, like, doing work from home are either stay in our basement or come upstairs to our living room or go out to, like, the library. But since we don't have a car, the library is like an hour away on by foot. So the easiest place to get work done, not in a basement, which we don't want to keep our son down there all day long, would be the living room. So in order to get work done in the living room, we would just need to not be interrupted by, you know, roommates in the house. And unfortunately, that was not something we were able to work out. Like, we had started, Christopher and I have been working on content creation and some coding and some Notion databases and stuff, just pursuing a few different avenues to be able to get those higher paying jobs I was talking about. And so that meant, like, we were here in this living room, like, trying to get work done on our computers while we're taking care of our son. But every day that we came up here to do that, our mother-in-law would hear us out and try to have a conversation with us or ask us to do something around the house, because I guess she just assumed that, you know, since we're sitting at our computers, we're not doing anything important. So no, I'm literally not kidding. Like, every single day and multiple times a day, we would be sitting here, I'm sitting here trying to code something, and she's like, unload the dishwasher. And I'm like, okay, in 3 hours. And then she, like, screams. And I'm like, so, we we tried to put up a sign. Like we tried to like make it clear that she was interrupting us and that we needed to not be interrupted in order to get our work done. And like, so we were like, we're gonna set a schedule for like when we're working in the living room. So please just respect that we are working, and here's a sign that lets you know what kind of communication is okay and what communication is not okay, and how you can communicate with us if you need to, but you shouldn't interrupt, stuff like that. And after we tried to, like in response to us, you know, putting up the sign and just being like, just say hi to Bjorn, our son, and move on. You know, like if you're coming out to the kitchen because you coming out to the common areas because you hear us up here, then come out, say hi, then go on about your day. Like that's what we wanted, at least during work hours. And when we tried to present that to our mother-in-law, we did that like less than a week ago. It was about 4 days ago when we did that, and immediately we were hit with, "You're getting evicted because you have no right to enforce any rules in my house." Because we're not paying for anything right now. We're not working at like low paying jobs because I explained that kind of takes away from our time, and we didn't come in here with any kind of like formal agreement that like we were supposed to pay rent or anything like that. So we thought that would be like worked out, because this is our first time living here. Usually these things get like worked out. In our past, we would show up, get low paying jobs, and then be like, okay, we're going to pay you this much to live here. But that's not how we wanted to do it this time, so things were a little bit different. And we were kind of like in this weird limbo stage where like the plan kind of went all over the place as to like what was being expected of us as far as like what jobs we were working. Like when we first came here, the understanding was Christopher was going to get some factory job at my mother-in-law's husband's job, and I was going to try to get a coding job. But then my mother-in-law didn't want Christopher to get a factory job because she knows he doesn't want to work at a factory, and that would depress the hell out of him because it's crap work, and he's a smart dude, and he knows what he wants to do, and it's not that. And so that she's like, okay, no factory, but then she wanted him to go to a paralegal program instead. And at the time, we didn't want to do that because, first of all, we didn't really want her deciding what he should do with his life, even if it meant like she would support him financially as a result. But she was offering like, okay, Christopher, if Christopher goes to a paralegal program, then I don't mind like paying, like letting you guys not pay rent and like letting you guys eat here. So at first we didn't want to accept that because she offered that like maybe a week within us moving in here, and we had just come from working low paying jobs, and we were like, in order to not have Linda tell us how to live our lives, we would rather work low paying jobs. So we denied that. We didn't accept the offer then, and then we kind of went into this limbo period where like we were trying to work on going back to low paying jobs, but like we're super not like motivated about doing that, so we're kind of dragging our feet through that process, and in the process of dragging our feet, we saw how much time we could focus, how much better it would be if we had the time to focus on our things 100% of the time, which we had never really had that ability to do before now, because these last 4 months was the first time we had ever lived anywhere where we were not expected to pay rent like right away. So, well, I mean, we still were, but like we were able to like finagle on that, and we had never had that kind of wiggle room before. So it was the first time we were actually able to, try to focus on these upward mobility avenues of income. So, like, where am I? Yeah, so when we first got here, there was no like formal agreement or expectation for like what we were going to be doing, and we took advantage of that heavily because we were able to focus on our content creation and kind of formalize more of a political outlook, and we determined what we were able to figure out what we would want to put into content if we were to be able to make it. And all of this is just like one very small aspect of what we actually want to do. Like, you know, Christopher and I, we are crazy and we have crazy, crazy goals. Like, if you could summarize what Christopher and I want out of life, it would be, you've seen Star Trek, right?
I haven't really seen Star Trek.
Oh, rough. Okay. Okay, you're familiar with Star Trek, though. Vaguely, at least.
Yeah, I've seen like snippets.
Okay. You don't have to know like the lore. I'm not about to get into super nerdy with you, but like it's you're familiar with the fact that it's like about space and like they travel in space or whatever, and it's set like super far in the future. And if you could pretty much summarize what Christopher and I want out of our lives, it would at least be like bare minimum getting humans to the point of Star Trek. Because what we actually want is to be like this one species that shows up in that show, which again, I'm not getting into nerdiness, but this is a little bit nerdy because it is our goal in life. But we want the human race to evolve into like beings of light, which is the species that we saw on that show once. It was an episode where like this species used to be something close to humans, but they went through all this evolution and now they're like literally like beings of light and they can just flit around the whole fucking universe going wherever they want and they live forever and like they're just these amazing fucking beings. You know what I mean? And if we like that's our dream, you know, immortality, travel at the speed of light wherever you want, like, and you're like infinitely wise and powerful. Like these things were amazing. So obviously before we could get to that point, we would have to get to the point of at least Star Trek. And before we could get to the point of Star Trek, we would at least have to get to the point where like we are way better than we all are right now. Like everyone would have to be rich. There would probably have to be like one unified government that would like harness all of Earth's power into one direction. I don't know, because like in order to do space travel, according to lots of people who have talked about it, you would need to harness all of the power of the Earth in order to like actually make that happen. And I don't think you could really do that with everyone like trying to split off into their own directions. You would have to like if you're going to use, in order to unify the physical power, you'd have to unify the people too, in my opinion. But so like that's like the main reason why we even want to do world domination and all of that stuff, because it's completely selfish at the end of the day. We think it's the only way that it's possible to get humans even off of the planet. You know, like if we wanted to if Earth was dying and we wanted to populate another planet, I don't know how feasible that would be if China's trying to do one thing and Germany's trying to do another, and you know what I mean? So, the first way we wanted to go about the first way we can even go about doing what we want is to just become as rich as we can in order to then become someone who can become a platform that can platform other people. And Jesus, how did I get on this tangent? What a mercy. Ross, I'm sorry if I'm boring the hell out of you and talking your ear off. Like, I didn't mean to do that to you, dude. Like,
I was invested in the grid.
Well, I'm glad I'm not boring you too badly. We'll get back to it. I promise. I just want to make sure that like I'm not annoying the hell out of you. You know how I'd be self-conscious about such things.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
You're fine.
Okay. Just making sure. Just making sure. Okay. Let me try to get back onto like a linear track here. Star Trek, beings of light. Before that, we were talking about something. Lord have mercy. Fuck, man, I can't remember. But anyway, I'm gonna try to see if I can pick up back where I left off. In talking about
You
how.
said there's no contractual obligations for rent.
Yes. So when we first moved in here, go ahead.
Christopher was going to be a paralegal. You said something. Christopher was going to be a paralegal, but then you were in like a state of limbo after a certain period of time.
Yes.
And you were trying to figure it out.
Yes. Okay. So that limbo period, after we didn't take the offer for the paralegal at first, because we were thinking that we would just get low-paying jobs to just keep some autonomy to ourselves. But as we were pursuing that path, we realized that we did not want to go back to doing low-paying jobs. Like, even when we were just in the process of putting in applications and then having to decide to take out, is not what we wanted, because at the same time as doing that, we were also doing like content creation and Notion databases and coding and stuff like that. And we realized that that's what we would want to make our money with instead of low-paying jobs. So we have to try to focus on creating an environment for ourselves where that's possible. So, like I said, we were trying to do that here. I mean, that was a process that evolved over the last 2 to 3 months, because that's probably the time frame between the period of when we got the offer for the paralegal the first time, and then we got the offer again maybe a week to 2 weeks ago, because during that period we were pursuing certain low-paying job. We were pursuing some low-paying jobs, but not getting very far. Well, I wasn't getting very far in them, but Christopher had gotten most of the way through getting hired at Kebe's. That's the mother-in-law's husband, at his factory, but he had gotten all the way through that process and was supposed to get his start date, but they had made him take a drug test, and he failed his drug test because we smoked the THC vapes, and they didn't have any wiggle room for that at all. So he just was like, okay, well, screw that. And when he relayed that information to the mother-in-law, that's when he got the offer again for the paralegal. And at that point, we had been, 3.5 months into not working low-paying jobs, and we were like, we'll take whatever in order to not have to go back and just be able to focus on our work. So that was the closest we had come to some kind of formal agreement, and it didn't happen until about, like I said, a week to 2 weeks ago. So from that point, we were like, fuck yeah, now we're cooking with gas, as I like to say. And we were like, okay, now we're promised a roof over our heads and food in our bellies, and we should be able to just focus on content creation other than Christopher needing to do his paralegal studies. So, and obviously, Notion databases, coding, and all that whatnot. But, now I remember why I went on that tangent, because I keep saying we want to do content creation, which is selling myself short, because we want to do much more than content creation. We want to dominate the world, because as we described, and content creation is just not on equal with that. So I had to explain why I'm going on that so much, which I didn't clearly do. Content creation is just it's the fastest way we could go from being as poor as we are to not being poor at all. So, because it can happen very, very quickly if you're given the time to focus on it, obviously. So we are pursuing that heavily because of that reason. But we have it's only just to open that door. We're still planning on using the money that we make from content creation to do investing in stocks and real estate and pretty much every single thing you could possibly think of that can make profit. But anyway, so we got the offer for the paralegal the second time. So that was like a week and a half ago. And at that point, we started focusing 100% on trying to do the content creation in those other avenues. As a result of us trying to focus on that, we realized that we were being interrupted so much in our work. And so, as a result of realizing that, we tried to, minimize the interruptions. And as a result of trying to minimize the interruptions, we got hit with the illegal eviction, actually, on top of that, because, when we first said that we would like to not be interrupted in the living room, we were told that we would be evicted, and then immediately the internet was taken away. So we weren't even able to do our work here. So then we had to start using the library, which again, this was only a week and a half ago, so I say we had to start loosely because we haven't done it a whole lot so far, because things have escalated in that week and a half. So, she told us we were being evicted, and then took away the internet, and then we started going, there's a Burger King like 15 minutes away. We were going there to get some internet, without going all the way to the library, and looking into like help and stuff like that but at that point we were like, okay, she's evicting us, so we have like 6 weeks to get out. So we were trying to like formulate a game plan for not going back to low paying jobs while also having to provide a roof over our heads in 6 weeks, which was like not possible. But luckily the situation changed to an even worse one, because the next day after being told that we were going to be evicted, there was an incident in the bathroom that okay, yeah, I guess I will tell you this story. I was asleep for most of this, but I was happily woken up for the end of it. My husband, Christopher, I call him my husband because that's what I call him to other people, but Christopher was upstairs here in the shower, the only full bathroom in the house, and the only bathroom on the first level, the main level where my mother-in-law spends most of her time. And he apparently was taking too long in the shower, showering himself and my son, and he had finished up and was drying everybody off to get out, and he was accosted by my mother-in-law at the door, telling him that she needed to pee and that she wanted him to get out immediately so that she could go in and pee, and then he could go back in when she was done. And his response to that was that just, I'll be out in a second, I'm literally almost done. I don't know exactly what occurred after that point. Neither even does my mother-in-law, according to her, because she doesn't even remember him saying give him a minute. She told me she remembers his immediate response being, "You fucking whore," screaming at the top of his lungs, because that would make logical sense in that moment for some reason. And so, since she remembers, his response to her saying, "I need to use the restroom," being, "You fucking whore," and I don't know how she got that, but what she decided to do, the situation escalated in the moment, and Christopher said that he did not want to bring my son out of the bathroom and walk by her because he didn't like how angry she was. So he wanted her to step into her room, which was 2 feet away from the bathroom door, and just so he would have space to step out and come down the stairs. But she didn't want to do that. She didn't want to step away before letting him come out. And so her response to that, I guess, was to come down to my room, our room, and burst in without permission, did not knock, and I was laying down naked in my bed asleep because it was 9 o'clock in the morning. And so I wake up, and my mother-in-law, the last exchange I probably had with her was like a screaming fight. And so I'm waking up, and it's my mother-in-law walking through my room into the bathroom. And I'm like, I say, excuse me, what are you doing? And she's like, Christopher, her response was, Christopher won't let me into the bathroom. And so I did like a quick analysis of the situation in that moment. And so I had two choices. I was like, I could either let her use the bathroom or not. And I decided that it was best to just let her use the bathroom, but expect for her to immediately leave afterward. Unfortunately, that's not what she chose to do. Where on her way out of the bathroom, she decides to stop and like complain about the state of the room. There was stuff on our mattress because we're not using it right now. We're in the process of tidying and leaving, and we have too much stuff. We're 3 people living in one room. We just have too much stuff in there, and it's hard to keep it all tidy all of the time when you're using it. But she wanted to complain about the fact that there was some stuff on our bed, like there was like pillows and boxes and clothing and stuff like that. And I was like, absolutely not. Like, you have every right to not like the state of the room, but there are times when, you know, it's appropriate to have these conversations, and there are times when it is not, and this is not an appropriate time. I didn't say any of that in the moment. What I did do in the moment was I stood my completely naked ass up, walked directly up to her, grabbed her by the arm, and escorted her out of the room and closed the door. She protested the whole time, as though I was like breaking the law or something like that. And when she protested, I said, no, you breached my privacy, we're not speaking. And that's all I said to her before I put her out of the room. So she was super angry after that, and she wanted to expedite the eviction as a result. So, because at that point, before that incident, she had to give us 30 days notice before she could go down to the courthouse and file a court date. But I don't know what she told them when she went down there, and I don't know what they told her, but whatever they told her made her think that she had the right to then come back and put a 7-day notice on our door that said that at the end of the 7 days, that instead of going down to the courthouse and filing an eviction like she was supposed to according to the law, that she would instead get rid of our belongings at the end of the 7 days, which she doesn't have the right to do. That would be illegal if she did, and I would have to call the cops, and then they would have to stop her, and it would be a whole thing. So so that was that was on the 13th, I think, so that was like 3 days ago when we got that notice. And so we had been on major crunch trying to come up with a plan since then, like as to what we're going to do, and we have to find some kind of government resources to help us out, because we're not going to be ready to obviously take it to have a roof over our heads in 7 days. And that's not legal either, so we know we wouldn't actually have to be out in 7 days. She can only go down and file an eviction in 7 days, if that. And then we would start a whole court battle, and as a result of the court battle, we probably would get as much time as we need to get out in a reasonable manner. But I'm pretty sure under all of that, we would have to go back to low-paying jobs, and that is not ideal for us for our long-term goals. So we have to factor that into the plan too. And so since we got the notice, we had been looking online for like who takes in families. You know what I mean? Like most shelters out there, they either take in women or men, or women and children, but not all of the whole family together. So we had to find resources for that, which we did. And we also found some resources for like getting help with like if you're in a period where you're starting a business and you need financial support during that. We found some programs for that too. So we're making lemons into lemonade, and it's honestly amazing, because at the end of all of this, we should have a roof over our heads that's paid for us by government resources, with the understanding that the whole purpose of us being there is so that we can focus on content creation and Notion and coding and shit like that, which would be a complete and total first for us. So all of this is to say I am doing very bad and very good at the same time. But it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with. So tomorrow we are going to be going to this place called Found House, and they claim they're not a shelter. They claim they're like something to keep people from going to shelters, but they just take in families who are like in our situation, and they just help them be able to do the upward mobility thing that I'm exactly describing. And so we're just hoping that, you know, the conversation goes well and they deem us worthy of help and we'll get what we need. So, yeah, that's me.
How far away is that place from where you're currently at?
The shelter? It's in Cincinnati, so by car it's like 20 to 30 minutes, somewhere there.
Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad.
Yeah. We've been promised a ride, but the time that ride is available does not really work very well with the hours that they're open. So we'll probably just take the bus over there, especially since we should make a stop at least. We don't have to, but we should make a stop at the library because I am in the process of preparing a bunch of documentation for this assessment that I'm sure that we're going to have upon intake. I want to be like as prepared for that as possible. I want to have, I already have like all of our documents, like birth certificates and all of that crap, but the most important thing is these business plans. I want to have like business plans drawn up for what we want to do with our content creation. I keep mentioning Notion databases. Are you familiar with Notion at all?
I don't know Notion.
Notion is, I'll have to show it to you. It's not a coding thing per se, but it's really cool, and it's just a way to do online gig, get some online gig work for me right now, and also just a way to like organize my thoughts. It's kind of like a combination of Sheets and Google Sheets and Google Docs put together, but also on track. It's super duper cool. But oh god, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I just want to have like I want to be able to have like a snapshot of what we want to do and what our plans are business wise, in case it is at all relevant to the people who are offering resources. I'm kind of treating it like a what's that show called? Shark Tank or whatever, where they go on there, they make their pitch. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm thinking about this meeting tomorrow, and so I just want to be as prepared for it as possible. So that is what I've been going through. How are you? I would love to hear what you think, first of all, and I also just want to check in on you and see how you're doing.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea because I couldn't imagine living in a house with somebody that I'm in that much conflict with all the time. I feel like that'd be crazy. But my mom has a friend right now whose daughter just gave birth, and she reminds me of what Christopher's mom was doing because she went crazy after she gave birth. And, she's been like hospitalized, and she's just not. I think she lost her mind somehow. But like she like doesn't know who her husband. Well, she like knows who her husband is, but she like thinks that he has this past that he doesn't have, and she's like runs around naked, and she like screams at people, and she's just completely unhinged. And so I couldn't imagine living with that. So I feel like definitely leaving would be a good idea.
Yeah.
But Yeah.
I
I haven't really been up to a whole lot. I feel like I've had this C# class with the weekend coding again.
Really?
And after one day, I said, you know what? Huh?
You did. You went back to Week and Code it.
Yeah, 'cause it was like free, like the C# thing that they had.
Oh, I don't remember that.
They just had it. Yeah. And so, it's like a micro credential thing. Like,
Oh,
like,
okay.
You get a Ohio, you get like the free.
Oh yeah, yeah. I remember.
So I went back to that, and then because I was applying to those Chase jobs and a bunch of these other jobs, and like the fashion of all modern corporations, you just get ghosted, absolute zero response, except for this one place I found that I thought was going to be I thought I'd have the best chance at because they were hiring like intern people, and I applied there, and I thought like this might be an actual good shot, and I got rejected like within 24 hours, and I was like, okay, never mind. But anyway, I did the C# class, and I got so angry within like 2 hours of doing it because the class starts. And like immediately we're doing this assignment. Zero explanation as to like the language we're using. We had to download all this new software. It's like sort of VS Code, but it's not VS Code. It's something else that was like confusing because like he already had the project up and with like all these like questions that he wanted you to do immediately. So like very first thing, I'm already lost and confused and trying to figure out how to get everything to work.
And you've graduated from the boot camp too.
Yeah. But I mean, this one kid quit immediately. This one kid was like, "No, I'm not. I don't know what we're doing at this point," and just quit. And then the other two kids that were there were both like his students from a previous boot camp. And one of them was like this huge Slavic guy with like this green hair that was like down to his chest.
Oh god.
And I'm like, alright, this guy's already kind of weird. And there's this other kid. I started calling this kid Moonface because he is like the palest kid I've ever seen. Like his face like was shining brightly in the camera, like he was reflecting the light of the monitor back to the camera. And it was the roundest face I've ever seen. He was ginormous. Like he had to get up for a second, and he was just like exactly what you would expect.
So bad.
And so already I was like, oh, these weird kids. It reminds me of the first micro credential with all these weird people. This guy is just like making us do these assignments immediately. I don't know why. I don't understand. Like I'm trying to learn the language on the fly. And then after lunch, we go immediately into quizzes and like all this like quiz stuff. And I was like, what are we doing? I was like, I don't understand. I told him, I was like, I don't understand what we're doing, to be honest. This feels like I hopped into like the middle of a semester or something and I'm not taking midterms, but we haven't actually learned anything yet. Like I don't know what we're supposed to be learning. And he was like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you know, Ross. And I was like, well, I did the Java boot camp. I was told I could take this afterwards. Was there supposed to be a prerequisite to this? And he's like, oh, no, it's just, with coding, you just gotta learn a lot of it on your own. And I was like, well, then why am I in this class? I don't understand why I'm in the class. What's the point of the class? I have to learn it on my own. So I asked the person for it. And then I just emailed the people and was like, this is clearly not something I'm interested in after experiencing this. I don't understand what the point of it is. So, yeah, I don't know. For me, right now, I'm so annoyed with coding. I'm just like, I don't know. Like, I would totally just find something else entirely, but I don't know what that would be because I don't have like a background with like all these years of experience that people are looking for.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm just like, I can't stand, because like, I mean, thank God it was free. But like, a lot of it is not free. Like you go to any traditional university or like
Hey,
even
Darren. Sorry I missed you.
community colleges, none of that's free.
Yeah.
And everybody demands that you go, and
Yep.
you don't learn squat.
Nope.
Because the entire time I'm just thinking, I'm being tested before I've even learned a single thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand. What is the practical applications for this? Why is any of this important? Why, it just reminded me. It kind of reminded me of what you were saying a little bit, and like, just kind of my idea of like your typical corporation where they don't want to train you to be creative and thoroughly understand something and be able to apply your own sort of like spin on something or create your own thing.
Mm-hmm.
They just want to teach you how to be a good little rat in your cubicle
Mm-hmm.
and do your work. I was like, I can't do this. I can't imagine going to work 8 hours a day coding on my computer for the next 40 to 50 years. I can't imagine that.
Well, good thing we're never going to let that happen now, are we?
Yeah.
I promise.
Ross is.
This-
Ross, someday your job is.
I don't know. Like it's,
No, we're not.
so I can't.
I'm gonna answer the question for you. We are not going to let that happen. Period.
Ross, someday your job is going to be someday your job is going to be being a professional Jeffrey.
Jeffrey.
That's his name.
Oh. I was like, who's Jeffrey? At first, when he said Jeffrey.
That's another funny thing. I feel like every time I get a new job, like my emails and everything is always in Ross. And when I get a new job, like the last job I had at the pharmacy, they didn't even know who Jeffrey was. They kept saying Jeffrey's on the schedule. Who is that? And I was like, that's me. What are you talking about? I was like, do you not see that my name, Ross, is not on the schedule? 14 hours.
Oh God, no. Okay, so Ross, here's the plan for your life. Okay, just hang in there for like 1 more year.
No,
Okay,
6 months.
Right now it's 6 months to a year. Okay, within 6 months to a year, and honestly,
Probably faster.
probably faster. Well, at least definitely faster because right now I have to work on. Well, I can't give you immediate help right now. Well, I can, but not in the form of a job. But I can give immediate help. Not that you're asking for my help or anything like that, but I'm offering. Not that.
It's not an offer. It's more like a demand.
Yes, because I owe you this because I've been trying to do this with you for like since we graduated from the boot camp. We were supposed to do coding together, and we still have not. But that's at least the first form of help that I need to do because I have to do that for myself first and foremost. But that's the boring part. The important part is the interesting part is Christopher and I will have a ton of wealth and work to go around for anyone once like 12 months gets up here because Christopher is working on this giant fucking content creation project right now where he's creating this network on YouTube where he's creating 45 different shows, and those 45 different shows are going to be turned into 3 different posts, and so that's 3 times 45, which is 135, and then that 135 has to be times by what, 47?
It's
to go.
45 times 47 times 3.
Yes, which is 45 times 3 times 47, and 45 times 3 is 135. So it's also 135 times 47.
Okay.
Anyway, so 130 times 135 videos or posts
It adds up to
times
6,345.
135 posts times 47 social media sites. So posting 135 posts onto those 47 is like that 6,000 number that he was talking about. Your job is not to post them. So your job is to help me create an app that can do that automatically. That way, Christopher can create all this content, and then as he he's already building an audience right now, but the way that the money works is per 1,000 views. So for every 1,000 views, you get $1, and the views come in the hundreds of thousands.
I can promote it by hand the old-fashioned way, but it takes 7 times longer, so.
7, LOL.
Approximately. No, way more than.
Way more than 7.
But I'm just saying, in terms of like a scheduling, I have a weekly thing I do to get my cycle done, but you could get it done almost instantaneously with an application. So.
But anyway, so it would be nice to have help with building the automation app to automate the posting of all of these onto the social media accounts, because if he has at least 30,000 followers on the 47 different social media accounts, which he doesn't yet, but that's something you can build up to. It shouldn't take that long with enough marketing, because we're seeing evidence of that already, where he's already up like 500% on his subscribers on YouTube from doing very little.
10,000 increase in views
10,
in like half a week's worth of work.
So. He's already up 10,000 views in the last 28 days, and again, this is off of like 2.5 days worth of work. So anyway, for every 1,000 views, you get $1 on Facebook. The views come in the hundreds of thousands per video. Usually the millions if it goes viral. So you're talking about hundreds of dollars to tens of thousands of dollars per post, and we're talking about 145 posts going on 47 different social media accounts.
Basically, once the app gets written, and once we get up to the average follower count of 30,000 per platform, then you're talking about like a minimum of $6,000 a day profit, but really, realistically, more like $20,000 or $30,000 a day.
Right, because you're not going to get paid $1 per video. That's just not. That's not how it's going to work.
Yeah, it's unlikely.
But if you did only get 1,000
it would
views
be that
per
6,000 number.
It would be that 6,000 number per day, but it would actually be a lot more than that, most likely.
Mm-hmm.
The only problem is actually creating this system and having the time to do that, which is exactly what we've been working on right now. Yes, you don't have to worry. If Christopher and I do not die, we can at least offer you a job in our system. So, there's that. Something to consider.
I understand.
A little rescue.
I understand that's not comforting, but it has the slight benefit of almost certainly being true.
Right. So, and then in the meantime, I'm going through pretty much the same exact issue you were going through with coding. I just haven't gone as far as you have with applying for anything yet. I'm well aware of the fact that I don't look good on paper. I don't even know enough. Like, I'll look at job postings for coding jobs and read the descriptions of what they want us to do, and I'm like, I don't know how to fucking do that. Like, I have no idea what you're talking about. You know what I mean? It's like most of the stuff that is on there, I can't even identify, you know? So that's a problem. If I apply for that job, they're not going to take me because I don't know their stuff. So the first thing that I would have to do is make my knowledge match more what they want us to know. So I created this curriculum for myself to learn, focusing on the areas that I want to learn about in coding, which are AI and game development. I don't know if that interests you at all, but that's what I'm planning to teach myself. So I told ChatGPT that I graduated from Week in Coding and I know some Java and I did this, that, and the third, but I need more knowledge to be able to, like, my goal is, for a coding goal, if I were going to get a job, I'd like to go work for someone like ChatGPT or Notion, like I was telling you about before, or like Maxis, who creates Sims 4, or Bethesda, or one of those big names. I'd work for Meta or X or anyone like that. That's who I want to go work for. I don't want to go work for some random coding company that's going to have me doing the coding equivalent of secretary work. I don't want to do that. That's not interesting to me. So in order to qualify for a job like at ChatGPT or at Meta, and they always tell you, everyone tells you, like, if you're gonna code, do something you think is interesting. So that's what guided me to try to go work for these companies, because I could be in an interview with a person like at ChatGPT and be like, I actually use ChatGPT. I could talk passionately about ChatGPT to the ChatGPT people, and I could talk passionately about Fallout to the Bethesda people, and about how I use their services and stuff like that, which I think is what they're looking for, when they're in these interviews. But I can't talk passionately about some random company that I don't even know what they do and I just learned about for 2 seconds. You know what I mean? On purpose to do this interview.
Like all these stupid banks.
Yes, like, bro.
My favorite part
Like,
of these dumb banks and all these other companies that nobody cares about is how they say, familiarize yourself with our mission. And I'm like, well, what mission?
Right.
Is there a profit? Don't tell me about your mission. You don't have a mission except make more money.
Yes.
Give me a break.
Yeah, exactly. So that's would be the first problem, Ross. Find a company you actually want to work for. That will help you. Like, if that even exists, because I respect that. I respect you 100% if it doesn't, because I'm married to a man who literally there is no company he would want to work for. The only company he wants to work for is the World Government Incorporated, owned by Christopher Zamonska Blake. So, if you don't want to work for a company, then you need to work for yourself, dude. And that's completely possible with coding. You just probably
and
have
anything else, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much anything else. So you just have to decide, like, what that is for you. You know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty sure I've asked you this before, but, like, what do you want to do? Like, if you got to do literally anything, what do you want to do?
Oh, didn't he say sleep?
Other than basic needs, Ross.
I mean, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure.
What about?
I feel like the older I get, the more I'm just like, I don't care anymore.
What about recreationally, Ross? What's your favorite?
Yeah,
thing?
what do you do? What do you do for fun? Because the world is expanding, and doing shit for fun can turn into work now. Like, people get paid to play video games on camera. So what do you do for fun? If you could do something for fun to get paid for it, what would that be?
I mean, I like going to the gym usually.
Okay.
Even like I get these terrible headaches though, which is starting to limit me. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I eventually, if I get enough money, I might have to check that out. There's something wrong.
That worries me.
That's very
that
concerning.
worries me a lot. Yeah.
I was going to the gym and I would get these, like, because I usually get migraines. Like, migraines aren't that big of a deal because I'm, like, used to them. But the last few times I've gone to the gym, my head hurt so much, I thought I wasn't going to make it out of the gym. I was going to pass out.
That is terrible.
I was, like, trying to grab things to drag myself out because I was like, if I were to pass out here and somebody calls an ambulance, I'm not paying for that ambulance.
That's so bad.
So I was like, I have to get to the parking lot.
No.
But then it's like, it's kind of annoying because it's like, you go back and it's like, I don't want to deal with that again. But then at the same time, it's like, I kind of like I want to be fit, you know? The gym's one of them. But it's like, I've been running, so that's the issue I've been running to the gym is. But besides that, I don't know, like reading, occasionally games, but obviously I like to stay up to date on politics.
What brings you the most joy in your, or whatever has in your life? Like, what activity?
It sounds like he just enjoys being the balanced self.
But there has to be one thing that stands out.
Yeah, but kind of not too, like, because I'm passionate about all of my 45 things, and there's more things that don't fit.
Yeah, but you want to be a being of light.
Yeah.
You have a goal, like it's clear, but Ross is working on the foundational stuff before that, you know. I think.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
But in order to get to the point where like you can identify what work would make you the most happy, you have to identify what makes you the most happy. You know. So that's what I want him to
be
do right
able
now.
to see that thing as work.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So, Ross, any thoughts?
He did say sleep.
I don't know. That's a tough question. I don't think I have a good answer to that.
That's
Ross, I bet you.
Doing something and I was absolutely thrilled to be doing it.
yeah.
What did he
You
say?
need to try more things,
Yeah,
Ross.
that's what I was about to say. If you don't have something that feels that way for you, it just means
You haven't done it yet.
Yeah, but it's out there for sure.
Yeah.
Like everyone has something that makes them feel like that.
Yeah, like fulfilled.
Yeah.
You know? Damn, Ross.
Maybe it's beach volleyball. I bet you would be really good at beach volleyball.
Beach volleyball. Lord have mercy.
I would love to play beach volleyball with him, that's for sure.
Ross, you need rescue. You need rescue, my friend.
Yeah.
We gotta help you figure
Yeah,
out.
we need to like move in with you.
I swear to God, we gotta make him try like every single freaking thing that there is, because you've gotta be able to answer that question. Like it's very important to the human soul.
But it's not your fault either.
No, it's not.
You just need help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People can only have so many experiences in their life, you know, and a lot of them for the first 18 years you have very little control over what those experiences are going to be, and all of that experience for those first 18 years heavily dictates what will happen after that. So a lot of it is just it's not your fault at the end of the day that you don't know this, but you do have a responsibility to try to figure it out, in my opinion. Just to know yourself and to try to make yourself happy. I mean, if you want to be happy, I would assume you do because you're frustrated with the situation that you're going through with the coding right now. And I think that you would like to just, you know, have the relief of having something that makes you happy. You know what I mean? I know it helps me when I can identify things like that. But yeah, we've got to get some soul searching done for you. Like, how much traveling have you done, Ross?
I went to France one time.
France?
Yeah, he told us about that. He's been kind of everywhere.
I remember that. Yeah.
I mean, besides that, pretty much the beach. That's just that's something that I like.
What about when you're at the gym, or what about the gym do you like the most?
I like that there's a clear, it's not really clear, but there's still a clear progression system. I feel like with the gym, like progress with what you look like, how you feel, and how strong you are. And I feel like
I literally.
you have to focus a little bit on that because I don't know, like
He can be my partner. I need to do it too.
I mean, like, I couldn't imagine going through life like that guy.
Yeah. No.
But, like, so, like, I don't know, I feel like, yeah, it's something, you don't want to become, like, a
But you also need to be able to pick a dude up and hold him over your head.
It actually physically makes you feel good. It probably makes you feel better mentally as well.
For sure.
You know, just the fact you can set your own goals, set your own timelines, but you can always see it quite clearly, I think. So I kind of like that.
Well, I had an idea while you were talking about what I think you should go into. And I think, what was that style of fighting that Joe Rogan and Mark Zuckerberg were talking about?
Oh, but
Jiu-jitsu?
jiu-jitsu, yeah.
That's what I think you should do. I think you should do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Because...
With me.
Yeah, but just generally. Christopher said with him. But I think you should just, like... if I were you, I would, like, take my car and go into a club tomorrow. Like, that's what I would do. Because...
I had joined this one fight club actually before I did the coding thing, but I didn't do it forever because it was so freaking expensive. But like, you could go there and like fight people, and it was kind of fun. That was pretty fun, I would say.
How much training did you do? Like, did you have a coach?
Yeah, there's a guy there that tries to help you with like all your technique and stuff, and it was I mean I can't remember what it was called that we were actually doing, but like you could I don't think you were allowed to kick people, but you could knee them.
Wow.
And then punch, and I don't think you could do elbows, but you can so
Jesus. Fake fighting.
So, I think you should go to a real gym that allows you to do whatever is part of the style of fighting. So if there is knees, then you do knees and all of that stuff. But also, I think you need a actual, like, real coach who will help you, like as soon as you walk in, his purpose is to guide you through your whole workout. And not only that, but like his purpose is to guide you through starting at your starting point to gaining proficiency in the style of fighting itself. Like that's his whole job, is to teach you to become proficient in the style of fighting, and if you so choose, also facilitate you into like the professional, to help facilitate transitioning into the professional realm as well. I think that would be very good for you to have a professional career in that industry, or at least just a very, very heavy hobby. But just given what I've heard you talking about, how I've heard you speak, that is my take on what I think you should do, because not only what I heard you talk about just now, but every time we've spoken before, and I'm pulling this mostly from like how I've seen you hold yourself.
I'm free between 1 and 3 tomorrow.
Okay.
If you want to get a ride there. It's going to be colder tomorrow even than it is today. And after the sun goes down, it's going to be in the teens.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really worried about Kate being out in that weather.
Mm-hmm.
So I could take you somewhere between 1 and 3, and then I can come back and get you after I'm done teaching at 8 if you wanted to do that.
Okay.
Or if you needed that.
Mm-hmm.
Could you, do you think there's some nice way that you could communicate to Deidre that she could maybe keep her voice down? Because it's after midnight and I know Campbell's trying to sleep. And that's going right up the bed into his bedroom.
Sure. Isn't that a type C right there? There's a box.
I told him I would text him.
I heard 2 seconds of the conversation there toward the end. This is why you should pay attention when I say things to you.
I try.
My idea, it wasn't very fleshed out back when I was trying to say it to you, which is why it was so upsetting that you didn't listen properly, but because I was trying to flesh it out in that moment. But the idea is that you would have a debate, but you would have it in a ring. Like you would have the debate in the octagon,
Okay.
in battle attire, okay, with a referee,
Okay.
okay? Everyone's dressed like they're there for a fight, okay? But it's a debate, okay? But as soon as one participant in the debate makes a challenge or a point the other side of the debate and feels that it was unfairly not responded to or insufficiently responded to, logically speaking, they can indicate that that's how they feel. And then if the referee agrees with that, then that person has the right to fight the other person until they objectively answer the point.
So they would be trying to answer the point while they're being fought?
Yes.
So the fight would...
It enables the person who hasn't been answered to bully the person who should be answering them physically into doing so.
So the way he would be fighting him wouldn't just be wailing into him. He would be punching him, listening.
He would be threatening, then punching, then threatening, then punching.
Ross would love that.
You see? You see? And everyone would. It would be the crackest crack that ever cracked upon the face of the cracking earth, bro.
Okay, you're gonna have to tell him that. I'm not describing it. But what I did determine was, because I was asking him what makes him happy, that doesn't help anybody. No one does what makes them happy. People fix what makes them pissed. That's what they do with their life. Okay?
When people do what they're supposed to do, that's what makes them happy.
Right, exactly.
Don't ask people what would make them happy.
No. Ask them what pisses
Don't
them
even
off.
ask. Yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
And then you figure out with logic based on that
Right.
what they should be doing.
Right, right. So I
The
asked,
sorting hat.
yes.
Okay?
So that I had that thought. I was like, I was over here with this whole happiness, and I was like, this
This is
doesn't
wrong. This
feel
feels
right.
wrong.
Yeah. So I was like, this is. So I was thinking about myself. I was like, this is not how I determined what I wanted to do. It's part of what kept me confused because I kept trying to figure out something that would make me happy, but what kept pulling me was things that made me pissed.
Mhm.
That was what pulled me.
Because
to
everyone
work.
can be most productive fighting the things that make them angry.
Exactly. So I changed the question. I was like, it's not about happiness. It's what motivates you to get out of your seat and do something. And that's anger. That's stuff that pisses you off, right? So what's that? And he was like, oh, that was super easy for him to answer. He was like, oh, that just happened to me the other day. So he proceeds to tell, thanks Ross, and let him know what I'm doing.
But there's also a sort of redeeming fairness to my debate MMA.
I wanted to connect with Ross still tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So I said chess potentially and potentially another call, but I want to know like what do we do with him
Tonight?
if you want? Are we still doing anything with him tonight or no?
Sure. But I just.
Because that's how I ended it on the phone. I was like,
Yeah.
I wanted to continue our conversation because we were still in the middle of it and it was really fun.
Yeah.
But my phone was on 1%.
Right.
So, and I didn't want to stay in on 100.
Okay.
So, but we can't be loud in our room.
Alright.
And we can't be loud up here.
Yeah, but we can be here, so.
Okay. So you're saying call Ross on our laptop or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can explain to him if we debate MMA. And I was explaining to you an aspect of it.
Okay. I'll just call Ross. I was explaining to you what Ross was saying to me.
Mm-hmm. But the cool thing about the debate MMA, other than all the other parts of it, is that
Shit. Bobby, I was trying to play chess.
Jesus Christ,
That was 2 hours ago.
we almost certainly missed the boat on that. 12:30.
She said she's gonna call me. Oh, she said she gets off at 7 tomorrow and that she'll call me then. But I wanted to play chess with her.
Mhm.
It's too late now, probably.
She gets off. She has work.
Gets off at 7. Yeah. It's ridiculous. She should not be working out.
I'm gonna want to kill someone. Not like I wasn't putting you through the same fucking bullshit when you were 5 months pregnant, but still.
Showing up at the fucking factory and everybody was finding out that I don't even know if people knew I was pregnant yet because my belly was not very big and I was able to hide it under all the big baggy clothes that I was wearing. But at a certain point, everyone knew.
Yeah, there was this wave of everyone knowing.
Yeah.
And also came and asked us what the name was and we didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucked up, dude. You can't even have a fucking friend and a family member.
No, unless they're all together.
Can't stand this shit.
Yo, can you hear me? Okay. I am in our living room right now, or the living room of the house, and it can't be too loud, but you can talk at a quiet tone, so I just have to make sure you can hear me. Can you still hear me? I just moved my laptop.
Yeah, I can hear everything.
Okay, cool. Christopher, can you do a test?
Test.
Can you hear him?
He's much harder to hear.
Okay. What about now?
Testing. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
I can kind of hear him.
Okay, I was kind of talking quietly on purpose, but I kind of have to do that too. So.
Anyway, but I think we're good. But
So Ross, Deidre was not able to explain this properly to you because she wasn't paying attention properly when I said it to her because she thought it was stupid. But with the combination debate MMA thing, the idea I had was that you would have like two guys in an octagon or whatever, like as if they're gonna do MMA, and a referee in there or whatever on the side or wherever, and then you have everyone looks like they're there for a fight, but it's actually a debate. But when one person makes a point or an argument to the other person, and they feel like the other person didn't respond properly or didn't respond at all to the point, like logically speaking, then they can like say that they feel that way, and then if the referee agrees with them, then they go to like a fighting phase where they have the right to like physically bully the other person into logically answering them, and then you go back to debating.
That would be good because that would be all leftist, but it'd be
But it would some people from all across the spectrum, I think, would get their asses beat. It would be the best thing. It would be the best, greatest spectacle of all time, and it would advance the debates that need to be advanced. I think it's kind of perfect, but you know, of course, I think that because I invented it.
I think especially if you found people that were like trying to troll people into like, or not really even trolling, but I mean sort of. I have to assume it's sort of a troll, like people that would say things online like.
Dude, that's the whole point of that's the whole point of it, Ross. Because that fucking the thing you're trying to describe right now was basically just like bad faith debate from people who aren't like legitimately serious online because they're just not legitimately serious in real life too. Like those people need to fucking get their asses beat till they stop pretending that they're having arguments with people.
So, I was talking about, well, I was asking Ross about like what pisses him off, and he described an argument he had with his brother-in-law, and I took away from that like he hates being in the face of like people being wrong and not saying something, you know. So obviously, in my opinion, what
Oh,
he should,
so he hates evil.
yeah,
Nice.
he's allergic to stupid, and it sounds like he would do debating is like what he should do. Like for me, I mean, there's plenty of ammo out there for giving yourself, you know, stuff to react to, and we all know that there's plenty of content that's just absolute trash that people like Destiny. We talked about this just now, but just downstairs. And if he can hear like someone like Destiny say something online and have a passionate reaction to it on camera, that's all he needs in order to make some money. And then, I mean, that's barely work. You know what I mean? So, and it feels good. Like, it feels really good to do that. Like, how good would it feel? Especially since eventually one day we're gonna get actual Destiny in a debate. You know what I mean? That's what he does for a living.
Yeah, of course.
So it's gonna, and this is what I actually thought Ross would like. Ross, we've watched content with Ross before where he's like reacting to stuff on the camera, and he described to me that when he's watching it on TV, he mostly just wants to make fun of people who say stupid stuff. But it's when he's like face to face that he really gets upset, which is a debate. I was like, so if you like, there are plenty of people like we could start with like all those like those 5 guys you were just watching the other day. How big was their fucking channel, and they only had 2 viewers on their live stream?
LOL. Yeah, they had like 5K followers and they had like 2 viewers on their stream.
Exactly. We could round, and they talked politics, yes?
I think so.
Right.
Yeah, they were just generally talking about everything, I think.
So we could round up accounts like that and just use them as fucking pew, 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 you know?
Fodder.
Yes, you know?
To do what?
Debates. Create content.
Oh, you mean like line them up against each other?
No. Line them up against us.
Oh.
Like, I was imagining.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, at first I was imagining like one of your shows could be a panel with.
Well, one of my shows already debates show.
But
that can be what you're talking about.
at first I was imagining that it would be a panel with you, me, and Ross, where we react to stuff. But and we could do that, but the best thing would be a debate. You know.
Yeah.
And you can start with just the two of you. You two could debate topics, and I could be the mediator.
Yeah.
And then once you build enough of an audience to where like it incentivizes other creators to want to collab, that's when you can start debating with other people. But obviously that would require Ross wanting to be involved.
The problem with that is that I just don't know if Ross and I actually disagree on enough. But
Are you kidding? Just get into the details.
Yeah, the details.
First of all, just earlier, Ross was talking about how he wanted to some of his debate opponents, and that's a perfect thing, because Ross believes in people, and you do not. So that's a wonderful thing.
There's all sorts of things, yeah. And Ross, actually, what you're saying is super true, that we should start with us, because, you know, people need to see an example. The world needs to see an example that they can look up to of people disagreeing passionately and still respecting each other.
Right. Oh, also, another thing you guys can disagree about is Ross said that he broke up with a girl for being too violent once.
Right.
And
I would not have a son if I did that.
Right.
Or it would be a different son.
Exactly. So there's plenty of shit out there, I think. You know.
Yeah, I mean, and that's without even really looking for stuff.
Right. So.
Yeah, I'm sure there might be potentially room for disagreement about, you know, prison reform, drug reform and stuff.
Ross seems to be just generally a lot harsher in punishment with you than you.
Yeah.
It seems, just from my perspective.
Most people are.
Right. So you guys could find some good nuance and some good debates in that.
Yes,
I think.
For sure. Yeah, it would be fascinating to find the areas in that debate where I'm not right.
Right. So Ross, does that sound like anything that might interest you? Okay, cool. I'm thinking that because we are content creation is like our main thing right now, and tomorrow we have a big day where we are going to be having a meeting with potential housing. But once we get our housing situated, whatever our housing situation is going to be, it's supposed to be conducive to putting content creation as our full-time thing. So I think you guys could make a schedule that you guys could I'm saying all this because almost every single time I've spoken to Ross, I've ended the call with promising to do something together going forward, and then reneged right afterward, not kept up with it at all. So trying to avoid that happening again, I want to make more concrete plans this time. So
it's hard to demand that though when we're in such an unstable situation.
I know I'm not demanding it, but we can at least offer another time that we're going to sit down and talk about this next.
Yeah, we set the next date that we'll hang out at least.
Exactly. So, and not saying that we'll have to break off right now at the end of it, but I do want to play chess with you, so we can transition into that, if that's cool with you, Ross. But I'm thinking after our meeting tomorrow, we'll have a lot more information as to what our future will look like.
Where we're standing.
Right. So I can hit you up, by end of day tomorrow around 5 at the latest, and just check in with you and let you know like what kind of schedule we're likely able to make going forward, and you can let me know if you have any ideas on that too, Ross. Because there is a decision to make on your part about, you know, how much time you want to invest into something like this, and that's something you would have to decide on your own, I think. That, yes. I as do we, because since we're not, you know, demanded to be, we're not required to be at a specific place.
Deidre just doesn't want to find herself in a situation where she's trying to use up more of your time than you want to use.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Did you hear that, Ross? Oh, Christopher said he was just trying to explain my perspective, how I just don't want us to be in a situation in the future where I might be like asking you for more time than you want to give towards the project, you know?
Right. Yeah, I feel you on that.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Yeah, so I mean, as we go along and start like scheduling time, you can let me know if like we're asking you for too much time. But we'll be reasonable with like scheduling and not like making too many changes and stuff like that.
Yeah, and anything you ever need is not going to offend us. Just tell us.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I have a lot of planning to do for this. Me and Alex have a lot of conversation to have. So that would be my first thing. But after I have all of that after I start having those conversations, I will have some stuff to display for both you and Christopher. Both Ross, and you, Christopher. This is gonna be confusing.
You should have just stuck with your originally both you and Christopher. You're talking to Ross.
I know, but I forgot who I was talking to.
You little cheap.
Anyway, tomorrow by 5 o'clock, we can at least get together. I can at least hit you up and schedule another call. It'll probably be sometime that evening if you have time. Cool. Boy, it has been a fucking day, and it's not even technically over. We're supposed to make.
No, that's not happening. Not right now.
We're supposed to make that list, and we're supposed to make business plans for.
We need sleep, dude, and you know it.
Do you have THC?
Battery acid.
Yeah, battery acid, because you smoked it all. Thanks.
Battery acid.
Okay, Ross, do you have a chess.com account?
Yeah, he does.
You do?
Isn't it like?
I think so, yeah. Pretty sure. Yeah,
Pretty sure we friended each other.
Probably.
I could
Not
be
me,
sure.
but
Yeah,
you
us,
two.
us two. Yeah. Can't wait to, man. You, me, Ross, Kendrick, and Avion in a room and have a fucking chess tournament.
I know, but we gotta get Ross a girl.
I know.
It's not a fifth wheel.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, especially if we're gonna have a chess tournament.
Are you kidding?
Because, I mean, I would be I'm the most mature person, so I would be the one not playing at first.
We gotta get that Asian hoe.
Yes. Yeah. We gotta take take the whole group to Japan, and that's where we'll be able to have our sixth person.
Yeah, so that Ross can have his Japanese wife.
Find him some already grown up Okaidi-chan.
Yeah. I'm logging into my chess.com account, Ross. What's your username on chess.com so I can send you a friend request? Okay.
He's typing in the Discord, Deidre. He's gonna type it in the Discord. Yeah. What would we do without friends and family? Be miserable. It's funny though, because we wouldn't be miserable. We would be happy, we would still have Bjorn, etc. etc.
Without friends and family?
Yeah, I mean, technically he's part of our family, so that would be, but you get what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah, I mean, if it was just the three of us and that's as far as our family ever went for the rest of our lives.
Still be happy, but
not as happy.
Just not nearly as happy.
I sent you a friend request, Ross.
Funny.
Okay. Oh god, I'm scared. Can I play white, Ross, or is that...
You're supposed to play Brandon.
I don't know how to play black.
Oh yeah. Ross, you should let her play white. I'm sure you're better than her.
Okay. 10 minutes? No, I need more time.
Yeah, you should queue up like a half hour.
30 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. You are rated 200 plus versus Sir Rorik. Try a balanced game to make it more even with material odds. No. First of all, I don't care if I'm fucking rated higher than him. He's better than me. I don't have a rating.
You don't know for sure that he's better than you, but we do think that he is.
He's better than me emotionally, at least.
That's why we think he's better than you.
Okay, I sent you a game, Ross. That. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god, I'm scared.
Man, I wish I could see Ross.
Turn your camera on, Ross. Yeah. Oh, so you're calling.
It's horrible. I see you wearing a hoodie.
A hoodie underneath your blanket. Ross, what kind of coverings do you have on your window? Like, oh my god. You need curtains. You need curtains. Heavy curtains for winter. Oh my god.
No, I can see you through it on the camera, Ross.
It's in the dark of your room. That is crazy.
So bad.
Yeah,
It's like,
oh shit, game aborted. Fuck.
yeah, nice job.
I need you to shut it down, please.
Okay. I made my move, Ross.
Can you guys do that? Stop talking now. Get off the phone and just shut it down, please. It's almost 1 in the morning, and I've been trying to sleep for an hour now, and I can hear, like, all I can hear is you guys talking. So, can you call it a night, please?
No.
How is this okay?
That was what you do.
When
Okay?
you guys
Don't
are
respond.
working and don't want to be distracted, I'm not somehow not supposed to even talk to you so you won't be distracted from your working. But like you're allowed to just talk all over the house while people are trying to sleep. How is that at all fair.
You don't have to be fair to someone that tries to kill you. That's not how it works.
You guys expect all this consideration. Try giving a little back.
Anyway, as we were saying. We never, just so you know, Ross, we never did this before we were getting illegally evicted. Never, ever, ever, ever. But now that we are being illegally evicted, I'm not respecting the 10 p.m. curfew. I'm not doing it. And she's gone, by the way. So we are now alone again. Yeah. That's hilarious. Don't worry, I'm not as good as I might seem right now. Why are you typing? You're hitting. Why are you typing?
I just sent you out a message.
Why? Why are you just saying?
So if we disappear suddenly, it's because the psychopath disconnected the internet, okay?
You made a move for Rocket. Here we go. I need the move master.
Can't wait to teach Avi on the move master.
Christopher created this chess philosophy that I use to guide my moves. That I have to look at my guide.
It doesn't tell you what move to make. It just tells you how to think about your move
Exactly.
in general.
Tells you what kind of move you're supposed to make. What your goals are for the move. This is time, so it's not going to scale. It's on 4%.
Just need to type some plug into it.
I have it.
wish I was playing.
How distracting. They didn't know what to do for sure.
That was 2 years ago.
Yeah, thanks. That was so helpful.
I'm just trying to find the atmosphere.
Oh well, the atmosphere wasn't dark.
I was trying to find my internal atmosphere.
Oh well. This is ridiculous. I told you this.
I told you just you need to work on your points of contact.
I know, but still, it's not good enough. Like,
you just didn't see me use it magic one. You didn't see me counter attack.
Yeah, no shit. I tried. I tried to counter attack. This is usually what I play chess at the end of the day, Ross, so that's why you are included in my pain.
She only recently legitimately fell in love with playing, so it's a pretty exciting time for her.
This used to just be way too painful for me. You see.
She's done a lot of growth.
Oh my god. I'm not gonna have a good time.
Use the phone.
Shut up. me start over.
Yeah, just concede the game and start a new one.
Because even if I take and then he takes my bishop and then I take his pawn, and then he can take my queen, and I'm fucked, and then the game is over. So can we just start over?
Certainly it's true that he has at least a 2-pawn advantage over you, and I would also say it's unlikely that you'll outplay him like you're.
Yeah, no shit. So I think I'll just cut my losses here. At least I know enough about the game to know I lost at that point.
Look, the funny thing is, you really didn't lose at that point, except statistically speaking, you were almost certainly going to lose.
Look what happened to my rating. Oh my god.
She lost almost 300 points.
I lost 297 for that.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, hit rematch. Hit rematch.
Yes. Oh fuck. Okay, accept my game, Ross. You're fine. No.
Report.
Yes.
Report.
Oh god. Okay. I have to send you a fresh game.
No, you can do a rematch from that. That switches every time. Except this, yeah, okay.
Wait a god.
What does that mean again? It means checking for him overmatching you and you overmatching him at the points of contact. That's the point of looking at the points of contact. Okay?
Okay, check. You need to write that down.
No, I don't. You need to remember.
how good that move actually is, or how just bad my positioning was, but this is my typical, that's the typical place I put my bishop and my knight, and that is a problem.